Hey, Alex. Here we are again. This time I don't have to carry firewood, so there's that. Let's see about, oh. Okay, that's a lot of sparks. A lot of sparks. Yeah, if all this goes horribly wrong, I can at least do it on camera. That will become a more popular stream than anything I do. But since it hasn't, we're going to be warm. I also have a different glove this time because I had a couple of backups and I have worn through the glove that I had. And here we are, doing a thing of some kind. Actually, there's a couple of things that we could do here. Let's take a moment. I suppose I could cook something in there. I don't have anything off the top of my head. Plus, today is also a having tacos day. So that is what I'm preparing for. But you'll see I have a file here. And in fact, I can show you what that file is. This is the file with me doing recordings both in the room and upstairs in this hall. So I thought something that I could do while sort of getting rolling, sure is let's open this up in an audio editor. Because here's the thing, I could do with making new versions of some of this. In particular, I can save that as a FLAC. Oh, are you not going to let me? Oh, yes, you are. Because the idea from here, and I don't know if I'm doing this today necessarily, but the idea from here is I want to have reference sounds for the various recordings I can do. So I got multiple mix positions. Hey, Travis. So here's one. And that's one mix position. This is me moving stuff around. This is not a record. It gets both of the speakers with maybe less room. So what I'm doing there is, and I can probably show you this thing. I was playing stuff through the speakers, but I was not using this microphone here, which is a Sennheiser shotgun mic that I'm using for these streams. Honestly, I am kind of hot to get another one of the Sennheiser lavalier mics. I've got a Sennheiser lavalier mic. And I use it for this area. So I've got it on that camera upstairs and cranked up as high as it can possibly go. So if I'm doing mixed streams and then I go up to that location, you can hear what it sounds like and what I'm listening to when I go to that position. But supposing I was go to like this mix position here or something like that, what does my room sound like now? And so I took something that I had put together, which is this doohickey. It's a Roswell Mini K47, because that's what I choose for my little bitty, not fancy Neumann, but still actually good condenser mics. It's not dirt cheap, but it's not like a boutique, fancy, expensive mic, but it's very serviceable. It works quite nicely. And it is sitting in this sort of sound absorbing chamber. You can't really see terribly well, but there's like acoustic foam in here. And then the backs of it, I believe, are like, I think this is perforated aluminum. So sound can get through these, but it's going to change the sound to some extent. And the reason there's a line here is because this can be folded in. I don't have it that way, really. And both of these are sitting on a mic stand. So what I did in this recording, and my roommate, it's not a super large room, but there's like space in it. There's two large openings to adjacent rooms. So that's what helps it out sound-wise. I took this and I made recordings, and the recordings are what you see when you see this, except for the recording of up in the corridor is the little quiet stuff at the end. Alrighty, so I'm putting that mic back now. But the deal with it is that's what I'm going to be using for recording new stuff rather than just remixing my stuff from 2023. Lemon lime squeeze. I honestly think it might be either the Sennheiser like MKV something or other lavalier that I've got in that upstairs corridor, or the Mini K47. Like, I'm using those Mini K47s for my drums. I'm using them for the guitar in my ISO cab, and the ISO cab is kind of so horrifyingly small that I don't really get bass out of it, but it's a vintage style Celestian greenback, so it doesn't really do bass very much anyway. I could find ones. I'm not compressing anything, and for future recordings, when I do things like vocals or any of that stuff, I'm not going to be compressing them on the way in either. Everything changed when I invented discontinuity somewhere around 2024. Somewhere in 2024 I invented that, and then everything about compression stopped meaning the same thing. Like, I could do a mix now where things didn't have any compression going in, set it up right, apply discontinuity so that the loud bits hit the correct amount of air compression, and then it would sit in a mix more effectively if the mix was that kind of dramatically dynamic mix I'd like to be able to do. John Dobb, I have Bill Bruford's One of a Kind. I should really record that so that I can listen to it. Honestly, I listen to music recreationally, typically off vinyl, and I've gone nuts recording all of the records I've got and capturing them to the computer. That's back in the day I was doing a little more in the sense of posting songs that I knew would get content ID clipped, but the ones that allowed you to post them anyway. Because I can't post a song from King Crimson no matter how many of those I record, because Robert Fripp won't let you. He doesn't like that, and he owns that stuff. So yeah, a lot of people are willing to treat it more like radio and are willing to let you post on YouTube, and then they collect whatever pitiful revenue that generates. But generally, I appreciate music driving. I will get in the car and the vinyl records will be played there. If I am hanging around, which is actually fairly frequent, and this should inform what I do in 2025, honestly, it really should. When I'm hanging around during a day dealing with whatever it is that I'm dealing with, but I want to put on something, I might put on, like, I'm currently in the middle of, meaning I haven't been able to finish, watching Loading Ready Run's Not a Drop to Drink Vampire the Masquerade tabletop game. And they've completed a third and final series for that universe, and are doing a question and answer, or they posted a question and answer, and it's 2.5 hours long, so I haven't been able to watch it, and it posted days ago, but that's fine. I'll get around to it, probably tomorrow. But I'll also listen to a bunch of like dub techno or stuff. I tend to not listen to like my progressive rock music or the record-based stuff that I listen to in the car. But if I'm just sitting around, especially since I have the full mix rig that you'll be hearing with the subwoofers and everything, I tend to like electronic dance music genres. And I tend to like electronic dance music genres that are not super focused on being like human and unique and interesting and doing something cool. Instead, I tend to gravitate towards electronic music genres that are deeply like, it's like Brian Eno's ambient music, except for a heavy beat. I'll listen to a bunch of dub techno. I'll listen to stuff like that. Sometimes I'll listen to straight up space ambient. And I've not really put much effort into trying to do those genres, partly because I feel like I could work out how to do it, but it seems like I get hung up on like, well, I should be doing more, surely. Surely it should burst into like a King Crimson section combined with Yes, where it plays all kinds of difficult stuff, but that's against the genre. The genre doesn't want that. Do I record with a mixer or a sound card? I've got a Motu 16A, which is a kind of older, it was originally a FireWire interface, so it runs through a adapter thing to be able to go to USB 3. And the Motu 16A has a bunch of inputs. It's a relatively affordable and good for interface. It's all TRS inputs. It's all balanced, but guitar style jack. And I've got a couple of its inputs. The digital inputs are dedicated to a Lavry that I've got. And I've been doing a lot with, I monitor through a Lavry, you'll be hearing that. And then I like doing as much recording as I can, including for these vinyl records, through the Lavry 8010. Because it is a significant jump in quality over the Motu 16A, but the Motu 16A is basically fine. It's good. It is not bad, it's just that the Lavry is better. The Lavry is the closest I've got to a really fancy pants. Honestly, it really is there. It's just that it only has 2 channels, and so there's only so much I can do with it. And, yeah. So cool, I've got a bunch of various chat going on. Travis has a question and wants me to say more on something. So discontinuity, compression, ambient mixes. The plugin discontinuity, which exists in ConsoleX, is your ticket for making something that has dynamics sit and feel and sound correct. And by that, what I mean is if you have big dynamic jumps, rather than just sounding kind of fake, the quiet parts will come off seeming cleaner and more intimate. And the loud bursts will have some of the acoustic cues of a loud sound. So yeah, waiting for the other grand's coming over to So you're two people? Interesting. So I'm trying to pay attention to who is working with. Oh, okay, Travis is doing ambient mixes. So yeah, one of the challenges with ambient mixes, you want to figure out, do you want to be like full volume all the time, or do you want to be like going way back in the day? Something like Tangerine Dream really spends most of its time being incredibly quiet. And a lot of stuff does. Like Vangelis, for instance. I have the Vangelis Chariots of Fire record, which has the title track to Chariots of Fire, but it also has an entire side B that is a side-long excursion. And almost all of that side is like 70 dB down. It's astonishing. It's the kind of thing where it's like, now, well, I have to buy the CD of this because literally most of this is quieter than the turntable rumble. But that's what Vangelis was doing at the time. Back in the day, they worked harder to make the tape machines play back onto the record with a full like CD like dynamic range. Oh, Grens, I probably don't have the time. I got a bunch of stuff to do, including stuff to do today, including this thing that I left unfinished. And yeah, I'll probably, if people like bug me on Blue Sky and let people know that this is something that I'll sometimes do, and I can schedule a dedicated like going live and listening to and analyzing people's music on stream. I can run ConsoleX pre, so you can see what the ConsoleX meter will do with it. I can run Airwindows meter, and I can interpret what I find from that. I could run Airwindows meter on this, but first thing I'm going to do, however, is go in and edit it and resave it, and I'll tell you why. I need to normalize these. So that was the first noise. This is me talking on the other side of that microphone, and what we've got here is stuff being played through my speakers, and S10s, which also includes a set of subwoofers that are set up with it. And that's how loud the subwoofers are when you're facing away from the speakers, that is. And it is 100% what the mix room sounds like without any direct sound. Alrighty. And that's me also being recorded. Let's see what I say here. So I'm going to edit this right out. Oh, that's just me moving things around. Local mic at. So we need to edit that stuff out. What I did was I swiveled it around so that it was pointing at me. And so if I normalize this bit, local mic at edge of carpet, pointed so that it gets both of the speakers. Local mic at edge of carpet. So that's what I sound like. Both of the speakers. Local mic at edge of carpet. That's what I sound like into a Roswell Mini K47 with that thing around the back of it. And I know like professional engineers who feel that's the dumbest thing ever. There are a bunch of people out there who know what they're doing, and they're like, that's the stupidest idea ever. Never get one of those. It's completely useless. It's not really sound damping in any way, and you're changing the sound of the microphone that it's near. And that is true. Well, I know what I can do. Or maybe I do. What are we? No, sorry, I can't do anything for you because you're not going to be able to hear any of this because it's coming through the speakers. And right now, I'm using the Sennheiser shotgun mic that's pointed right at me. So you don't get to hear what this sounds like. But I still need to do this work, so suck it up and deal, basically. Because until I get the lavalier, the additional lavalier, and the additional lavalier is one where I can put kind of where this microphone is, but it's omni. It's omni, and the mic we're using right now is a shotgun mic. So off-axis from the shotgun mic is as much rejection as it possibly can have. So when I play this, so that it gets both of the speakers, local mic at edge of. Sorry, you're not hearing any of that because it's not pointed at the speakers. I can even demonstrate this. Check this out. Carpet pointed so that it gets both of the speakers. Local mic at edge of carpet pointed so that it gets both of the speakers. Local mic and then I pull it back away again. See, I pointed it so that the shotgun mic was then pointing at one of the speakers. But yeah, I can't do anything to help you in this. But I do have to do this work. And this is indeed for tuning cans. If I can set up cans with the raw sound of this, and then set it up to match these things, listening to it over my actual speakers. But if I can make it match what these things sound like, on the assumption that my monitor speakers are still telling me more truth than headphones do, then I can make that work. That's going to be cumbersome. We're not doing all of that today, but I really want to do some of the work of it today. This has been sitting around for a couple of days. I did not just only do this moments ago. So that stops there. All right. It gets both of the speakers with maybe. And that means here's another one. So now I've made those bunk together. We'll edit that and we will put a marker. I believe it'll remember the markers in FLAC. I'm not absolutely certain though, but we'll find out. It'll be obvious enough, honestly. So you're hearing nothing but low frequency thumping, but this is microphone facing away from the speakers and picking up only the room. And this is facing towards the speakers. And it does actually sound different, you just can't hear it. I've got modified NS10s. I've kind of hot rodded the NS10s. And I have ambitions, hopefully sometime in 2025. I want to try building some speakers that'll work in a similar way. I feel like I should be able to. I've got speaker drivers that I can start with. And they're basically just like 8-inch dual cone full rangers. I can put 2 of those in a cardboard tube so that they generate more in the way of bass than they otherwise would. And then put an additional driver on the front, cut away most of the cone so that it's only the tweeter cone, and then take some pieces of paper, which are like art drawing paper, that is too light to really work as a speaker cone properly. Make it a cone that's attached at the edge of the dual cone and also at the point of the cone. And make a big sort of flower-like shaped giant cone out of it and then fold everything back so that it's a mid-range driver, because it won't be in an enclosure. But the idea is to have the largest, lightest cone possible that will be driven with full range, and then run it in series with the 2 other speakers that are being run in parallel. And then the 2 other speakers will have a capacitor across them so that the impedance of the total conglomeration of everything, highs only go to the sort of mid-range driver that's facing at you and is largely dipolar, but then it's backed up by the other two drivers, each of which are getting half the load of the mid-range driver, and they'll fill in a little more of the lows. And I might be able to make like a homebrew style NS10 style thing, but with a very different polar pattern. I almost never use headphones unless I'm making a video for YouTube. And meanwhile, while I'm doing this, let's go and find what I need to do with this. So this is me switching to the upstairs section. Almost completely inaudible, but I'll be fixing that a little bit. That's where it was. And a little shift click for that. And just that a little bit. Delete that, and we'll throw in another marker. Just why not? Here's that frequency sweep from upstairs. The lows really have a heck of a boost. That's one of the things I need to do with, I'll need to pick stuff in cans that brings out some of that, because my subs talk with a really loud voice. And one of the things that you can't easily hear in headphones, it's easy to screw up bass because you don't get a sense of like the rumble of it. And cans doesn't really throw giant frequency deviations like this does, but all the same, it'll give me something of what cans is able to do for taking bass and sort of rearranging and redistributing it. And that's me calling up into the hallway. And it's just interesting. And so now what we do is normalize everything, possibly including, I feel like maybe I want to normalize every section of this independently. And I tell you why. Alien Kittens is throwing so much into the subwoofers that it becomes a completely different thing. So let's undo what I just did. And we're going to normalize sections independently. So there's Alien Kittens. Here's the sine sweep. There's that whump is what happens when you have a large triangular shaped or sawtooth shaped thing at a subsonic frequency. My subwoofers are actually showing you subsonic frequencies. So let's see, firstly, time to do this. This is what the guitar sounded like up the stairwell. So what I'm going to be doing is dialing in cans to sound as much like these real world acoustic sounds. But all of the background noise and so on doesn't matter. This is going to have even more. Here what you see, that is the subwoofer rumble of hitting it with a subsonic bump. Sounds like this. You're probably going to hear this over the subwoofers because we're going to be doubling down on the resonance. The whoomp. That's what my subwoofers make out of DC. It's not even a frequency. It's just a spike and then an angle down over the course of a good half a second or so. It's a test signal. And now having done that, the rest we have are drums and guitar bips. So we can normalize that. And the thing about that is this is the microphone. Ooh, look at that. It made, we're gonna take that back out again. We're gonna normalize that separately because that is a thump. But what I want here is not the slight thump off of the DI guitar, which is being enhanced, but what that drum kit was like just being played through my speakers at a reasonable volume, but we're miking it upstairs. So yeah. And then the remaining ones are less aggressive. For instance, here is Alien Kittens. Do a little normalize. Not much of a change. And that sounds almost like the real one because it is with that Mini K47 and it's pointed at the monitor speakers from roughly listening distance, a little farther away because it's two directional, you see. And there we have our swoop. The same sound that made a giant rumble when mic'd quite a ways away goes through the subsonics, and that's the room sound. That's what the listening location sounds like the most. Again, a guitar, and I'm going to normalize all these things separately. And you don't get to hear this, not yet. That's because I am speaking. I don't have the lav yet. When I have the lav, it'll be much less annoying as far as being able to hear what my speakers are doing. Back in the day I did it, but that was before I set up the lav literally upstairs for my monitoring position. But that's what the NS10s sound like to me anyhow, monitoring through them twice. Interestingly, that's not that wildly different from what the sound actually is. Let's do normalize here again. So here's that subsonic thump again. So it even comes off almost like a kick. But that's because there's no actual frequencies there. That's nothing but my subwoofers rumbling a bit. And there shouldn't actually be anything there at all. So my closest measurement of having just half a sawtooth waveform recorded through a microphone that's in front of my stereo system creates this sort of click there. And the way I set that up was by dialing it in on, probably it was Alien Kittens, but I put up a mic in the room where my listening position was, and I made multiple recordings in just this kind of way, and then would play back what I had recorded and record it again. And then I'd play that one back and I would record it again. And that would quickly show me whether something was going way out of control. Like if my subs were too loud, it would quickly go completely nuts and be nothing but a huge rumble. Or if the subs weren't loud enough, those lows would just go away and they would not be there after very few iterations. But figuring out how to do it properly turns out to be let's separate the guitar bips from the drum bips. And there's one drum hit there. Then we're going to do another normalize. And this is going to be my drum kit. And that sounds quite a bit like the original recording, because the monitoring system is not too bad as far as being able to make a direct sound. And of course, all of this owes an enormous amount to the amount of room treatment I've got and the type of room I've got. And that is my good fortune, really. That's not a... Who can say whether that will always be there? I should enjoy it while I have it. But the way that works is... Let's see, here is the mic pointed away. So it's only able to hear some rumble and then whatever is bouncing off of the back wall. There's going to be other sounds that do a better job of that, by the way. I'm going through and continuing to do my work as I go. Here's the swoop. My subs are strong and much in evidence. But it's pretty good about not throwing in anything weird before we get to that point. Like, we've got some console. It's a sweep, right? So what we're dealing with is actually just a flat. But this is a swoop from audio frequencies right down through the lows and into the subs. And it gets louder as it hits subs, and it stops around about here. We can even test out what's our loudest frequency. And here's how we're going to go about it. Cross it over there. And actually, I've done that part wrong, so let's not do it quite that way. Let's assume this. And so this is going to cycle and make a note, and the note is going to be the place where the subwoofers get the loudest. So whatever this note is, this is what my subwoofers like the best. Whereas we've also got deeper notes that are not actually doing the same. Like, here's a note. I do have a setting here that can automatically clock it to the zero crosses. I'm just struggling a little bit with it. Let's see. Okay. So this is going to be a deeper note. And it's not nearly as loud. And I don't know quite what note that actually is, but it is definitely one. In fact, right here, we've got it sort of interacting. So that was pretty clean, but this is not. So we'll be able to hear what this note is a little bit more because it's not actually accurately being a clean sine. And so we have harmonics here. I could normalize this and force it to be much louder, but check this out. We've got some overtones, but honestly, you still can't really hear that. In sections like this are neither clean nor the loudest bits. We've got So yeah, so it's the microphone output from this little tone sweep that's telling me about what the room is doing and what my subwoofers are doing with the room. Let's hurry up and finish this stuff up so we can move on to something usefuler, like our guitars. Our guitars, when mic'd pointing away from the speakers, are more like this. So that's the acoustics of my control room right there. That is maximally, as much as it sounds like the acoustics of the control room, this is also very close to what you hear off of this mic here. And it's not all ringy or honky or anything because I've got room treatment up and there's big old archways leading into adjacent rooms or the hallway. And that really effectively stops this room from having room-like qualities. It's like it's part of a large, elaborate labyrinth that points in all different directions. I can even show you some of that. I bet there's a way that I can illustrate this. Give me a moment. Right, so you are blinded by that. Weirdly enough, that's not a big circle. That is actually a ring. But the camera can't do that. But you can see past the ring to where this room scooches over into an adjacent room. That door I have to close when I'm doing plug-in videos because then the rest of the room is real dark. And it looks better if there's like isolated bits of light. And then over here, this room points over into a hallway where I have a whole bunch of firewood piled up. You see my tambourines there, a bunch of electronic parts stuck up on the wall. And that's the corridor that I go up when I go to the remote mixing location. This sail there is actually, there's a light underneath that. I don't really use that for film recording or whatever, but see, here's a little clicky thing, and we can turn that to different colors or make it do weird things. Or slowly change. So when I start doing new recordings, that might be something that I can do, is fool around with that. And then there's our corridor. So as you can see, like this room has big holes in it. And I need to point it back at that. So that's the details of what my room shape is, that when I play this through my speakers, that's the back of the room. Like that's what my acoustics sound like. And then if you go up the corridor, upstairs to this listening position, then it sounds like this. So it's really quite effective as far as just being in like a residential house. The sound isolation, like if there's a kid riding outside on a motorbike, which is common in the summer, that I will definitely hear that. It will be as much distraction as I allow it to be. And if I'm recording, I have to pick a time when there aren't like lawnmowers outside or whatever, because I have no protection from that stuff. But as far as acoustics, it actually works pretty well. Like that's a relatively high level of performance, and it's entirely because of the hallways and everything, making it a complicated acoustic shape, and the fact that I've got the room itself like the mic is pointing at a back wall on which there are several large diffusers. And then there's also a mirror near the stove and a giant big hole to an adjacent hallway. So the immediate reflection from the speakers, it's partly the diffuser, it's partly the mirror, it's partly like 7 feet beyond that to the hallway behind it, and that makes it such a complicated echo return that I don't end up getting like standing waves and stuff. So you can end up with no actual... Let's finish this up and then I'll continue talking. You might want to hear what that kick drum-like noise sounds like. Although it'll be rather hissy, but there's nothing to be done about that. Because all of this is being recorded off the cameras. None of this is recorded with my actual good recording system. Literally all of this is being recorded through the Blackmagic cameras. So consider that. Like if you're trying to get started or whatever, and you maybe can get like a good mic, but you want to do the kind of stuff that I do, or honestly do pretty much anything in the public eye, you might want to just pick up some of those old Blackmagics. And here is what... Oh, a little bit of an extra click on there I can fix. Some kind of additional click. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Maybe it will be... No. It's a cool whump, but there's an additional noise. It might be something rattling in my room, honestly. Or who knows what. I can make it a quicker kick. Check this out. So that additional clack is right here. So if I just make a really quick techno bang of it, which I can't do that conveniently, but we can try. So the wave is going down from here. It's a mono recording. And going down there. There you are. Here's another kick drum. Nothing but a sawtooth, like one iteration of a sawtooth wave going through my entire recording system. And it's being mic'd with the mic pointing away from the speakers into the back of my room. So all of that is way too quick to... In fact, I might be able to see some of the echo returns on the waveform, because the initial sound... Here's the click, the attack, and then we're really not getting it hardly at all because it's behind a acoustic shield. So we're only hearing it as it bounces off the back wall, which begins this soon. But you'll notice I have diffusion, So it's not just a single echo return. Like this would be that's the very first hit of the straight line of the wave, with perhaps something a little odd added to it. But then as that initial sound, this spike, which can't be a spike because it's completely off axis, bounces off the back wall, at first we get a messy little part, which is from that transient attack bouncing off the back wall. But then it's not just bouncing off of this section, which is the diffusion. And when I say diffusion, I can show you what I mean. Those things are diffusion. One of them has some of the paint peeled off it. One on the bottom doesn't have paint peeled off it. Tambourines are overlapping it a little bit. That's a diffuser. By the way, feel free to shut up. Feel free to tell me to shut up at any point if I'm running a direction. It felt like, oh, here, let me explain what I'm doing with Can's examples here and explain what I did to set up my studio in my studio room, because it's just built out of a residential home. Happens to be with some archways, but this ain't no McMansion. It's just an old place, and it has these openings between the room that I'm in, which is a front room, a living room, and hallways and such. And so I'm making the most of that, and this is what it does. You got your initial attack here. Settle down there, computer. And then it's bouncing off of the diffuser, causing a more complicated response here. And then the next thing you know, we're also getting some of it bouncing off the back wall in the hallway. That's an entirely separate section. And it bounces around and kind of goes away at that point. And all we have left is the subs shaking everything. So yeah, my remaining thing, I have one more thing to do before I put this away and go to doing an actual mix of something. And that is as follows. I would like to amplify these things. And again, literally all of this is being recorded off of a camera. The mic is plugged into a camera. This is none of my other stuff. If I was stuck with absolutely nothing to work with, I could get a... Hang on. I could get one of these things. This is a HDMI to video USB converter, and I'm plugging it into something which is plugged into a USB-A input, but this is how I get video off of the retro laptop. I'm running its HDMI-able output, which itself has a little converter built into this, into simply this. So by the same token, I could run the Blackmagic camera into this and then tell it to listen to the audio output of the camera and plug a microphone into the camera and be able to record stuff like this. And the reason that's important is because people can't necessarily jump in and get like a whole studio's worth of gear right away. And the thing about the Blackmagic camera and its ability, if you have a cable for it, because it needs a mini XLR to plug into. The Blackmagic camera can power phantom power microphones. And so that is what I am recording all of my videos with. And of course this. But the videos that I make in post are with the Roswell Colaris, which is a fancy sounding microphone. But all this stuff is also being done with one or the other kind of microphone. And the Blackmagic's microphone preamp is not shabby. It's actually pretty cool. It's doing a fairly good job of sounding essentially musical and stuff. So what I do here is go over to here, normalize this one final section. So that is my drum recording being listened to with the microphone pointing the wrong direction. And at this point, I can save this and move on, because that's enough to work with for going and coming up with presets and cans that match what I'm doing. I'm probably going to want to do that in also. My fire is getting a little bit dim at the moment. It makes very little difference whether I like Neumann mics, because I'm never going to be able to have any. Understand that. Like, I am thrilled that I even get to, like, I have some API pre's. Those are real nice. I've got some Lavery converters. I'm not going to be in the zone for Neumann mics. That's a step too far. So what I have is a goodly little variety of the Roswells, and those are well thought of by a bunch of people that I know who are actually good at working with the professional gear. Like I heard from one guy, and I do need to throw a little more wood in the fire, so let me go and do that now, and we'll get back to the mixing day. It's only about an hour after I started. It's fine. I'm really interested in being able to help people work with stuff like this. That's the thing. For all kinds of reasons. The world we live in is going in some damn funny places. I spent a bunch of time thinking to myself, man, I really want to help people be able to make music and have something to do, like a way to occupy their time. If they are like I have been for many years and have no money whatsoever and are just wanting to entertain themselves with musical creativity without any resources. Here, that's going to start up. Give it time. So I really wanted to be able, there it goes. I really wanted to be able to set people up with resources when they're just abject broke and in poverty. Well, the thing is, like, in the last couple of days, we've watched a whole bunch of people lose their homes in California. There's a lot of people out there who just end up facing being left with nothing. And may well have something to say about all of that. But if they've lost everything they have, then they're stuck with nothing. And so that is why I feel so strongly about, in being in the position that I am, being able to, like, make a cozy fire in my wood stove that stays firmly within its box. Thank you. Oh, Alex, yes, absolutely. And while I have access to, because, like, some of the coding stuff that I can do, like, put it this way. when I'm developing something like ConsoleX, that's actually really difficult, and I need help from other people to do it. But when I upload everything correctly and send it over to GitHub, those plugins are being built on GitHub. Anything that I have, if I was editing this stuff on like a Raspberry Pi or my retro computer or anything, if I was able to upload that stuff to GitHub and have it work properly, I'd be able to continue to work and be able to make new plugins for people to have. And it feels like that's important, that I should do things like that. And yeah. And thank you, Lemon Lime Squeeze. I appreciate it. I'm doing these things because I feel like I can have something to give. There's a lot of situations in which I have nothing to give, and there's nothing, I'm barely even being listened to. Some of this stuff I have seen coming for years. I could have told you all of this stuff would happen, and nobody's really listening, and that's fine. For some value of fine. But when I'm able to do something that does actually help, rather than say a bunch of stuff that nobody's going to believe at the time, if I can do something that actually will help, that is what I care about. There's no sense in being the clever guy knowing how this stuff works and being Cassandra warning in advance, and then it doesn't actually do any good. Let me jump back into my world of mixing a song. So that's what we left off with on Tuesday. Ooh, Janik. I cannot pronounce your last name, but that's only because I don't know all the letters. Janik or Yannick, or correct me. Neat. I have no idea what producer that would be, but I have made friends with some great producers, and so fair enough. And El Bonieto has a question, I believe. How to use ConsoleX? If it didn't, it is to be able to make choices, and if you're not making choices that are useful, then it depends entirely on what you would be wanting to do. It's trying to be as flexible as it can. Let me do some of these things first. We'll start making this stuff work. Airwindows. That's being distributed with the ConsoleX download. Having done that, we now have a bass channel. If I wiggle the control, I should see fader move, and sure enough, I am. Ski Mask, interesting. I have no idea who that is, but that's all to the good, because it shouldn't only be coming from people who I know who they are and I approve of what they did and so on and so forth. I would like to have stuff coming from all over the place, including people I've never heard of. That honestly would be the best. Do I have a favorite plugin? Nope, although at the moment I am enjoying what I'm able to do with ConsoleX more than anything else, I think. Today would be a day of doing different things. And here's one of the things I'm kind of interested in looking at. Let's make this send. I've taken away all of the sends. We're going to send this to master channel. We're going to send this to master channel. And now if we come up with anything to do here, and what on earth is sitting here, if anything? Probably nothing. Yeah, I seem to have nothing on this channel either, and it is enabled, and it has sends. So one thing about it is I could populate these with drags. Except for I've just done that in inverse order, so maybe I don't want to do that. Let's option click makes those things go away. Dragging a send from one track to another makes it take on the track I'm dragging from. So I can populate these, And my idea is I can go into the initial track earlier in this session. And then we've done nothing with the ConsoleX on this, and so I can drag it to here. All of these will now respond to the control surface. Like I've got 5 here, and so if I wiggle the treble control, hey presto, it works. And the idea is I've got all of these things, but what if I was to drag stuff in from the whole previous track? Because we've just done a whole mix setup, and these are both living in the same session. Oh, this is Reaper. I'm using Reaper for these things. So now if I do this, it's completely screwed up because none of these actually relate to what we're doing in this section, where I've got everything going, but this is the one where I did a mix situation to make stuff work here, although I never actually did vocals, and so that might be worth a bit of attention. In particular, the choruses, the harmony vocals on this, I thought that I could probably do a more staccato kind of thing leading into it, and when we have these voices, they're in their original location, but I could copy them out a little more than they currently are, and then the final ones are in the correct place for the end. I can move them around and I can drag them, and I can set up the vocal mix, which I have not even begun to do. Give me a second while stove is doing okay. It's going to start warming up a little bit. I'm also thinking I'm going to drink the rest of my coffee here. It is 2 o'clock, and so I shouldn't be drinking coffee any later than this, I think. Everything is difficult in mixing, and arranging is quite difficult. Arranging is the reason I'm going to jump into here and start hitting, if I'm not mistaken, S. Yep. It's my Reaper cheat code. It says group doing this or that or the other thing. That means I can group stuff together and then slide them around in the arrange window. Grouping means if you select one little bit of something, you've selected all the other tracks included. And that makes it possible to do nonlinear editing more aggressively. I can make the mixer appear and disappear, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if that's true. That's true. So Command M is my thing for that. Probably on Windows it's going to be like Control. So there we are. And I've got a bunch of big old instructions in here saying S, split items at cursor, and then right-click to drag. And if the grouping on selection, moving and resizing works on a whole group, and crossfades only affect true overlaps, meaning that if I have stuff that's being moved around to overlap other things, it'll do a little crossfade to combine them. But if stuff is just being dragged so that it scooches under another region, it'll just include the whole region. And yeah, so Option Command G gives me grouping. Let's look at that now. That is grouping, and I can make it go away again by hitting Option Command G again, I believe. But this is a way of getting all that working, and I'm probably going to be wanting like media razor edits for it all. but because I'm not really using any of the rest of this stuff. That said, this is how you start setting up grouping. Boom. Not really worried about that for this track. That would be more if I was doing, because the thing is, this stuff from 2023 has kind of snuck up and tricked me. I'd like to be doing the nonlinear editing on it. In particular, this initial track, Come to This, is constructed to be using nonlinear editing. I'm supposed to take this intro and then bunk it up against this section and then go over to a chorus of this and then back to the other part over here and then to another chorus of this and then to the outro, which is this guitar solo, and who knows whether like there might be little bits of something as an interstitial section. And I can't do any of that because I have used Retune on all of these sections and comped them together until they are a single track comped out of like 3 takes. And if I start moving regions around, Retune dies. I don't have it set up in a way that it holds. Instead, Retune is only for the position that stuff is in. And I don't really know how to change it, plus it's also real sketchy. I would much rather, I know, like, exactly, global ripple editing is a gotcha waiting to happen. And so I tried that on another track, and then I was not able to do the nonlinear editing in the DAW. I had to do this, which I believe I can illustrate by opening, not that, but this. Or perhaps not. Hang on, bear with me. Nope. This is what I was trying to do. So I've got these to fool with, but almost all of them are not going to let me fool around in the arrange window. Some of them will. Yoke and this oxen would, but then that's not really designed to do that anyhow. But with this one, I have to build it out of this. So that's my mix. And you can't hear any of it because the microphone is pointed away from the speakers. So, but that's also what I'm going to be getting into the mastering plugin, because I finally got that ready to go. That's going to be this coming weekend because I don't have many of these left before I have to start making more. But yeah, this end bit is literally just the other track with completely the wrong mix, because I can't have them both mixed at the same time. I have to make 2 different project files and do them separately. But I have to edit this together in 2-track because I couldn't maintain the retune for it. But what I have done here, and again, I can export what I've got here in only this section, or indeed maybe it'll only export the entire thing and then I just throw away all the stuff in the beginning. Because what this is about is, let's see, open with, fair enough. What this is about is I'm going to just go like this and then save. Because that other part didn't matter. For this, by the same token, if I export all of this and I get all of this stuff in here, I'll just have to delete it. Because it's 2 songs in 1 session file, which I hope to never do again. But yeah, I set up the mastering plugin so that it has all of the stuff I was using, but is less likely to ruin your sound. I made it only able to do subtler things, and so it's designed for use with meter or whatever, and that's what I'll be using to get some of these things straightened out. Because I can set up these sounds to the best of my ability. Can have the vocals like that. I'm thinking I'll make that so that there is a more dry and staccato sound in there, but I had another thing I wanted to do. So watch this. I'm going to try something else, and in so doing, I'm setting myself up for being able to do something in mix that might come in handy. In fact, I might be able to get real tricky. I've got channels 4 and 5. You see them here. And there's a D-res that I'm apparently not using. I decided I didn't want it or something, because I'm doing it all with, so check this out. Let's get a little over clever. What if we wanted this guitar, except for we want it to be a stereo guitar and just a ginormous, giant wall of guitar sound? We can try to do that basically just in the arrange window, assuming that a bunch of this is going to just be all chopped up. We're going to copy this region over and then do weird sex stuff with it. So that should be fun. And we'll be able to hear it fairly well by simply turning on some of these things, including turning on that. We'll turn on the kick. And we'll turn on, how about the hat? So that's a little cleaner. So that's the really twisted, messed up guitar sound I was working with before. Bear in mind also that until I set this up with SW audio capture, and let me do that right now. See SW audio capture. I have to tell it be aggregate device. No, BSWDB audio capture. And say OK. And now when I play this, you have direct DI sound. So I needed to do that. So now you can at least hear what I'm doing. Before that, you could not. But yeah, this entire track is meant to do a bunch of different things at different times, but it's sitting on like this one drum groove that is just... We started with just this, and then we overdubbed the guitar, and we overdubbed drum, bass, and I don't actually have any real drums on this. It's all entirely fake. So we've made the chords and things got copied by the guitar and the bass. It's just a one-take guitar, a one-take bass. You see 2 lines there. That's because each pickup is being recorded in its own channel. And my guitar I've made that get all weird. So what I can do is not necessarily have it need to be as weird as that. Here is a track 5 and then also a track 4 that aren't weird at all. I haven't done anything with crazy gating on this one. This one sounds normal. In fact, I can adjust them both parallel, but firstly, here's what we're going to do. Option drag. Did that work? No. Let's try it again. Okay, how about copy and paste then? I've got it selected. Let's go over to this channel and... Okay, that's terrifying. Oh, I see why. Undo. Alrighty. Copy again. And I got to click on the beginning of it. Then I click on... Oh, no, I got to click on the beginning of it. If I can. What are we doing? Okay, let's click on the beginning of it as best I can. On the track, and then hit paste. Very good, very good. It's a start. Then click on the beginning of the track on the channel that I'm at, and then hit paste again. So this should now be 3 times as loud and twice as horrible. And these are already panned hard left and right. So we get this. So we kind of hear something happening. If I stop soloing, now we've got this. That's the raw sound. But it doesn't sound right because, firstly, it might not be lined up right. So let me see what I can do about that. And secondly, because it's not lined up right in a way that doesn't help. So first, let's assume that we're going to be making this always be either the one or the other. So my right channel is exactly the same as the raw track. I've copied and pasted it, but it is like waveform for a waveform exactly the same. This one is not. This one is offset, but it's going to get worse than that. Because time we did terrible things to this track. As in... split. You're going this way, and you're going this way, and you're going this way. And if this works, we have now made 2 tracks just because one part of the track is doing the same riff, but in a completely different minute of the recording. And they're not going to line up at all. But we can fix that. Let's see what this acts like now. Wow. That is closer than I expected to get on just blindly dragging it in. That's kind of amazing. We can drag this right over. That could be overlap. Probably not though. We want this one. I want to set it up like this. Now let's see if we can identify like pick attacks in here somewhere. Because this is not of the greatest. But it seems to be more or less lined up. That's lucky. That's an incredibly lucky break that it actually tried to go to the same place. So that acted like it was playing the same note at the same time. So if that hits about the same place, that's probably about as tight as it's going to get, honestly. Playing all manner of different stuff there. I'm going to spend some time making this heavier. I'm probably going to do the thing that I did in a recent video where I shaped a sound into virtual tape. And that's really going to be helpful here. Oh no, the Novation is... Oh dear, I hope mine doesn't do anything like that. I remember hearing from you, DJ Instruments. That is a very painful thing because I can't do anything that will make that stuff be better, more effectively than like going into a closet with a bunch of clothes or whatever. And it all depends upon what you're trying to record. There's stuff that you wouldn't be able to really do. Although I will tell you, you can unplug a refrigerator. As far as the computer hum, get really long cords so that you can set up the computer in an entirely different room. Remember to plug the refrigerator back in once you've used it. And we're going to go over and have a look at this section over here where it's probably completely screwed up. Let's find out. Sure is. Not only that, this doesn't line up quite the way that it should. You might not be able to move. That's a big ask. I'm not going to suggest anything of the sort. So what do we do when we have it here? I keep clicking the wrong place. Forgive me for that. We crop this part way in because we're going to want to crossfade these. See, I keep selecting this. Why am I doing that? Why am I selecting that? Useless. As far as a thing for me to be doing or not doing. And then we can stretch this way the heck out and then randomly slide it around. So, does this mean it's in the right place? Absolutely not. But I tell you what, we can keep sliding it around. Interesting. So how close are we? Not very close. So what is this going to take? Yeah, we're an entire note off. How about this? There's some note attacks. Is this correct? Yeah, got there. It's not a good performance. It's really not a good performance, but that's fine. Oh, well, there's a thought. Okay, I'll do that. Entrev is in there with a helpful suggestion that I will attempt. Let's see. And now let's also see how this goes as far as doing a little crossfade. What if we go up to this point? Oh, no, we can't. Let's go up to this point instead. Perfect, 10-10, no notes. Yeah. If the thing goes intermittent and hitting it makes it work, hitting it can also make it break again. That means you've got something going on intermittent, and so you have bigger problems in that. Yeah, percussive maintenance is not necessarily the best answer for things, but I sympathize to some extent. And if we stretch this out, what does this end like? So that's definitely going to be edited off. That's over this stuff. I have no access for that. Yes, I do.
Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
So those need to be cropped. The ending is going to act kind of like this.
Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
It'll act something like that. And then the same will be true of the bass. I do have solo buttons in for these. And there's our last note. So the instrumentation shuts the heck up on that last note for drama, and it goes kind of like this.
Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
And I'll possibly sculpt that a little bit more later. But this has now enabled me to jump in and start fooling with this strange double guitar thing. If I wanted to go even further, I could. That's a possibility, although what I'm doing with this guitar track is making it be all strange and stuff, but throwing it into Flutter. Now, I can use Flutter to turn a 3 guitar tracking into effectively a 5 guitar tracking. But I'm not convinced that's what I need to do here. If I was to do that, I would like to have stuff that's recorded properly to support it. I do have a scroll wheel, but on Antrave, I don't know what that's going to do. So you can tell me, and that'll be interesting. Defor links. I may need to edit that, so bear that in mind. I'm like on all, or at least a bunch of big forums. I have recently just bailed the heck off of Facebook. There was a Facebook group called Airwindows Audiophiles, and I have politely said, yeah, because of some things that they've done, I'm out of here. So if you ever see me speak up here again, it's because they turned an AI loose and are talking as me. And yeah, Reddit KVR. One of the things that I said on Blue Sky was I was like, I have bailed off of Facebook because of some choices that they've made recently, and because I considered them to be less civilized than KVR. Some will understand how big of a diss that is. And of course, Bacon Paul was like, "Oh, dude," but it's true. Yeah, no, KVR is substantially more civilized and generally nice than Facebook. And it's not because the people on Facebook were being mean to me. It's because the people on KVR might be extremely rude and difficult and an enormous pain in their own way, but they're just a bunch of musicians being what they are and doing what they do, and it's not really quite the same thing as what we get faced with on the Book of Faces. So let's fool with some of this stuff. It's 2:29. It's possible I won't even finish this today, but maybe I'll be able to. Maybe I'll end up doing it off on my own time or whatever. I'm trying to do as much of this mixing stuff in console on live streams as I can so that people can see, because people will ask, what would you do? How would you go about doing this? And I'm not going to say that I am brilliant at it, but I can do what I would do. And yeah, no, absolutely. I love KVR now more than Facebook. That's also a diss, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm probably talking about forums like that. If it in the support section, I'm saying one effective way of getting to me is I'm all over Blue Sky now, because it's like Twitter was back in the day when that was starting up. It'll probably become horrible at some point itself, but I'm all over Blue Sky and rather unfiltered there. But also posting on forum threads in the various places like KVR and Gearspace and so on. Points for renaming it Gearspace, by the way. Seems kind. No, that's not even the right word, is it? Put it this way. My YouTube presence is like literal 99.5% dudes. And it's like, okay, well, that is what it is. It's cool. But Gearspace intentionally changed its name, much like that modular place changed its name, specifically because they were like, why can't we have women using our site? Is there a rule? And they're like, well, there's not a rule, so why are we being dicks? And it's like, okay, cool. Yeah. See you later, Grants. Control and scroll, Alt and scroll. Oh, so it's strictly navigation? Okay, well, let's find out what happens. Here's the scroll. Control is doing absolutely nothing. Option, which would be Alt. Okay, cool. So I don't know what Control was supposed to do. Actually, Control would be Command here. Okay, cool. Thanks, Entrave. Got there. So it's Option and Command on the Mac. But we've got this, we've got this, and we've got this. Those are all the things you need. So nailed it, Entrave. That's useful to know. I haven't really been doing that. I've just always been having to grab this. And that's all well and good. But assuming I can remember what these things do, that is handy. And how about, no, Shift seems to be doing the same thing as Option. I remember. This is all here, but if you want to scroll up and down, you scooch over to here, and that's where you can scroll up and down. Cool. Let's play with sounds a little bit more. And we're going to turn off the voice because we're not going to be doing quite the same things to the voice. And I do mean to do that probably by the end of the day. I'll dial in some hit vocal sounds, or as close as I can get to them. I might even move around some. I'll make extra regions and move them in so that I can repeat the riff that I have there. Command Option at the same time. Well, let's see. So, Option, Command. Okay. Command Option gives me this. Cool beans. That is true. So it's not going to be that I remember what those do immediately, but I do have a little cheat sheet card that I can write that stuff down on. So if I remind myself of it enough, I will remember it. And yeah, and I appreciate that, Entrave, because I want to be editing more. I want to be bouncing around like mad in the arrange window doing all manner of stuff as I record things. I've just finished doing the bits of editing that I wanted to do, and we're going to jump into some other stuff now. But that's what I want to be able to do. So let's see, recently used. Do I have this as recently used? Perhaps not. No, I do. To a tape 8. And copy it over. Change the sequencing. And we're going to... I don't know if I want to... Here. So the plugin that I just made was the filter plugin for doing what ConsoleX Pre can do. I could just go for a ConsoleX Pre. That would be a wide range of possible things to do. It might also be a little heavyweight, but it might be fun. Shall we give it a try? In all of our console options. So there we are. Oh, but I did not pick the... Well, that's actually probably fine. I did not pick the version with the GUI. But you know what? Let's use this one. It is lower overhead. So it has exactly the same sound as the GUI version. But we're dialed into a little window like this. And so we can do something like that. And let's move these like right out of the way. And just remember, those are running in front of these. And these are running into ConsoleX channel. And I can manipulate ConsoleX channel using the control surface, select both of them, and run them both simultaneously. That I cannot do with all these, but that's fine. So here's where we are now. Here's our ConsoleX channel. So that's kind of going in inverse order. We're going right to left here, but that's the gist of it. So same audio software in both cases, except for Pre does not have the summing. And 2Tape 8 is doing nothing except for it will have a sound. It's a little brighter without it. And since we have them both adjusted, we can have the fader be up here, and it's going to respond to all of our controls. So you can do stuff like manipulate highs. But here's the thing. Or indeed, we can also manipulate the low pass. But here's the thing. Going to a tape effect, you might want to handle things differently. Let's select a big old chunk of this, if we can. Oh, you know, it jumped around. That jumped around on me. We can select a big old chunk of this like this, and then set it to loop, and then it'll just keep playing this riff forever. So now that we're playing the riff forever, let's start dialing in a sound. Technically, I should probably have that available. But here's the thing. You don't necessarily want to do it all post-tape. In fact, we can even boost this a little bit for both of these. It's not letting me pick exactly the same sounds. Oh well. It's letting me double click to go back to 0 because it's the no GUI. Let's not worry about flutter. That'll make it a little more efficient. Can we do something with head bump? Well, I'm going to have to increase the frequency a little bit. Or maybe not. Okay, so that gives us a low-end boost. These are such small guitar cabinets that I can't really get wall of Marshalls out of it no matter what I do. There's nothing that's going to give me that. But I can fill in a little more of the lows, and I can fill it in using head bump on the tape emulation. And you can hear it more clearly by playing with the Stone Band on the mix. Range. That's still without using the parametric. So I can't get them to match no matter what I do. But here's where this might come in handy. And I'm gonna, oops, now I've got them both selected, so. So now we only have one. And if I wanted to make it fiercer, we might go for, honestly, I'm feeling, because of the lack of any bass coming off of that cabinet, I'm feeling like this is not what I want to use for the pre-tape processing. So I want to try something else. Little option click should make these go away. And then I'll put something else. And I'm thinking parametric. I know biquad high-low is what I used most recently. But parametric, well, that's going to give me other choices. Actually, I can make these be a little bit wider. There. 4 and 5. Parametric, 4 and 5. Don't mind me, I'll get there. So here is now 3 of the bands of parametric out of ConsoleX. That's what parametric is. So my idea here, seeing as I've got 2 tape 8, I wonder if I can adjust it better now. Nah, it's still going to be somewhat limited. And I don't actually have a way to move these in parallel, but so that for that reason, let's just try the one, and then I'll make the other one match as well as I can. I can dial in the sounds on the mix with both of them selected, which will control both of these console instances. But up here in the old school ones, I haven't set them up to work with a control surface, and so I can't. But that's fine. We'll make do. So now that's just mono. Let's start out by making all the resonances as broad as possible, so we can clearly hear what's happening. And now let's add a high mid boost to tape. Crunch really gnarly. And then I'm making the other one match. Oh, and I have, tell you what, I'm doing that all wrong. Can you see the mistake I made? I'll leave it to you for a moment while I sip some of my water and maybe... See if you can see the mistake I made, and then I will fix it once I put another log on the fire. Alrighty, I'm back. Did you see where I made the mistake? See where that is? I instantiated them. They're up there, but just because they are higher up on the screen doesn't mean they're in the right place in the signal flow. These are for conditioning to tape 8. I just threw a massive boost in the highs of a sort that I might very possibly do something like that on the actual control surface with the joystick in high mid. I have 4 controls here. I've got 3 controls in parametric because there weren't enough sliders for it. But these are running after a ConsoleX channel. Parametric is running inside console. It'll have much more of a huge effect that way. And this is not what I had in mind. So listen for a moment to this and then listen what happens when I make it be correct. Now, parametric into 2-tape into ConsoleX channel. totally different. And I can also demonstrate that. I've just made them match. So here is first the one and then the other. Better make them both be mono. So here's what I had at first. And here is before the tape. Completely different behavior. The amount of grind that I'm throwing on there is better going into the tape so that it saturates and then you get the results out of it. At least that is my theory, and we're going to continue that theory after moving this instance to its correct position here. And then when I have both of them, but we're not done. We're probably going to want to do this. Oh, wait, hang on. Spoke too soon. We're going to shift click so 4 and 5 are selected now. Now we're boosting into the tape distortion and then cutting just after it. We have added so much raunch, but it's going into the clipping and then we're pulling back, and that's going to make it be a little smoother. And you are hearing some of this because it is going through SWB audio capture, so I am running this through the output. So it's like that. Also, I can, assuming that we don't mess with the pan, we can double it up like that. So that's boosted the, one of the things that's happening there is if I start moving the pan control, it's going to manipulate one of them. But only if I swoop it to capture both of those controls. Until I do, I can move the pan control and neither of them will be affected. I have to swoop the control surface to the point that the plugin represents. And OLD Sarab Koraria, I'm happy that's working out for you. And you, if you have like disposable income, by all means you can become a Patreon member. Take care of yourself first if there's anything going on that you need to take care of. So here's our guitars where we've had a nasty high frequency or nasty high mids boost heading into tape and then a corresponding cut, which I could fool with the width as well, come to think of it. What happens when we do this? Oh, that's low mid. Narrow. Wide. So that's got a nice aggressiveness happening. But what I wanted to do also was let's look into the, because one of the things, a guy that was sharing a lot of his wisdom back in the day, back when he was alive, Slipperman, Tim Gillies, who worked on like Taking Back Sunday and stuff. He had very detailed instructions about what he thought was necessary for going, if you were going to heavily EQ 2 actual tape machines and then work from there. He had very specific ideas about what you could do. So we're going to fool around with some of those now. So now we've given a little more low end to these guys. But I wanted to fuss with the highs. And although I can use the bias control to soften the highs, and that's certainly something that I could do, I could also lessen the bias control to get more of a abrasive quality going on, and that might be worth it because I'm not really going to get lows out of this. These guitar recordings just can't do that. So I've got a certain kind of definition going on there, but what I was thinking about in the high frequencies, and let us go to just the one again. Treble boost, which we're going to end up removing. The goal here is something that Slipperman would do, where he would take a frequency way high up, where he didn't want guitar sound to be happening, and he'd cut it heading to the tape to emphasize the mid-range and the kind of raspiness he was looking for. He would be going on a fishing expedition, as he called it, to seek out a high frequency that just seemed ratty, obnoxious, and nasty. Jonathan, I have no idea. And would find it in a boost and then subtract it in a cut. So we're going to try that now, because I have just found a treble frequency at 0.60199. And these are things where I am almost compelled to try to match the numbers, which I can't. That's why I don't normally like to have numbers visible on this stuff. I can have both of these things selected so that the ConsoleX channel will be neatly matched. I can make it so that it does them very neatly, but all this stuff that I'm doing over here, I'm having to do by hand, and although the width of the slider helps me, the fact that it's showing numbers does not. Now, what can we do to find this nastiness and subtract it? Okay, we were just able to sharpen things up quite a bit relative to this. And that's because we're doing a massive treble cut now. I'm, as always, attempting to match the exact number, which I'm not going to be able to do, so let's just live with it. Oh, although that's too far away. I'm going to be wanting 1/8 something. Close enough. And now that we've taken that nasty high frequency edge off the EQ going to tape recording, maybe it's time to look into the tape recording and see whether we can heighten that in some other way, like, for instance, adding a little bit of shape. So that's pretty intense, but then we can go a little bit farther, and much like we added a boost to the high mids and then subtracted it after tape, we've just subtracted treble going to tape, and now we're going to add just a little bit of it somewhere else, not at exactly the same frequency, not that I'd be able to find it anyway, but we're going to add treble with both of these tracks selected so that it does what I want, using these controls, which are the post-tape controls. And having done, or we could try air. Let's try air first and see what we get. That's pretty aggressive. I'm not going to say impossible. I'm going to say perhaps not. But that only can work because we subtracted so much going into the tape. So let's now see what happens when we play with the treble knob. So the thing that's being attempted there is like a gent-like thing where and the funny thing is, I'm not using a pick. That's my fingers being played kind of flamenco style, because that's the way I've been playing guitar for many, many years. And so I'm not really well suited to doing this type of thing. But I'm doing it with just my fingernails, and that changes how this works enormously. But I'm still trying to do the gent thing of have that chug going on. And yeah, if I had the early Oasis records, which I would love to have, then I would be quite interested. But the way that Oasis gets the sound is not as much about the amps as it is about the post-production. Anyway, we're still in the process of exploring this bizarre thing. Excuse me. So it's time to fool with some of these other bits. In particular, one of the things that Slipperman would like to do was to hit tape really hard, but he would be high passing. He'd be cutting some of the lows. Now, I don't need to do that because I don't have any lows in these damn sounds. But I'm throwing a lot of head bump on. I'm cranked it up as far as it'll go. And we have a certain amount of heaviness going on. So I may be able to dial in something that's going to make those lows a little bit punchier by doing the same trick again. I've got a high mid boost. I've got an enormous treble cut, which I am then reshaping afterwards. But can we do a low mid dialed all the way down to the bass frequencies and then make it a cut? So let's find out what happens when we start fooling with it. Oh wait, I have to do it like this. So you can probably hear that coming through the microphone because it's engaging my subwoofers. None of this sound is really making that kind of useful lows, although I can bring it out using the bass control on the main mix situation, the ConsoleX channel stuff. I can use the bass control on that, but what I should do is pull it back a little bit here before it hits the tape, because I can tighten the way it hits the tape that way, and with a bit of luck it'll make it have more of a... We're shooting for basically your full-on Slippermanian heavy metal like wall of guitars with giant size and guts and enormousness, and we're starting with pathetically incorrect guitar sounds. I could honestly run with software modelers and do a better job of getting that happening, but it's a real amp. It's just an amp that's kind of like a Fender Champ or something, and we're trying to remaster it into a whole different thing. And let's see what we can do with these lows. Honk on these notes, and we can bring these notes out too. I don't know what you mean, Orbit Kit. So we can probably add this bass frequency later on, but when seeking a frequency that could be taken out of the tape before we hit tape, in order to enable hitting the tape harder and causing it to come forward more, we're probably looking for... not here. Here. So we can actually cut even what this is. $351. Close enough. It's 273. Close enough. Closer. And then we're going to drive it all a little bit harder. Close enough. Okay, that pulls back some of that mids. Maybe too much though. So having done that, that's probably good enough for hitting the tape with this sound and the way the tape is set up. So what we do from this point on is have both of them selected. That didn't do it. There we go. And we're going to bring in some of those lows the way we just subtracted them, except for that we're bringing them in post tape. See, parametric first, we did all that strange stuff. We hit the tape as loud as we could, and now we're hitting the channel and doing the mixing. So here's a bass control. Now we have this thumping. So now we've got a bass boost that's actually bringing out the lows that these cabs don't have. And so therefore, we've got the low mids available. I'm also going to go and have a brief look at how loud all of this is hitting the stream. I might be chasing people away just by hitting them with guitar so hard. Oh yeah. And then lastly, bass has been playing this whole time, but it's down on the fader, so. So that sits fairly well, and the whole thing is an alternate sound to this. So that gives us a bunch of different noises that can be used alternately or wherever I see fit. And I can have that bass doing its thing, and I can snap into the bass with apparently two guitars in stereo, like that. If it so happens that I want to get that going, come to think of it, I could perhaps also, let's take some of this stuff back out again. Can I make it be even bigger by using just a hint of flutter and or, I don't know, tape delay or plate? Like, the idea of these is to have them be hard left and hard right wall of guitar stuff in an instance like in the very end where I want to do
writing, has it come to this?
So that's where the wall of guitars could come in handy. I'd be using the 9-inch nailified screwed with guitar for other stuff. But that's not to say I can't find a use for broadening everything a little bit. So, idea being, what would happen if I threw flutter onto these wide guitars? And it could just work. I can't make them wider, but I can make them thicker. And it might just fill things in a useful and interesting way. So let's find out what we have going on if we tried that. Okay, that kind of works. I'm not sure if I like it that much though, because the thing is, it's the same. It's flanging rather than just making a thicker texture. So what that makes me think is perhaps that's not the best idea. I'm using it in the other guitar quite a bit, but this is just that duplicated over into one side and then rearranged so that it can be another side. So in order to make it be the wall of guitars I was talking about with the flutter, what I would be wanting to do is duplicate literally all of this, but then rearrange the regions yet again. Which is not to say I couldn't. Like, here's the thing. I can take the flutter away. What I would be doing is a thing that Bob Rock talked about in the documentary on making the Metallica Black Album. Or it wasn't necessarily Bob Rock so much as James Hetfield was like, oh yeah, here's what we do. We got the guitar on the left, and then we got the guitar on the right, and then we have the thickener. And that would be his guitar in the center. Very much the same deal, except for maybe a little quieter, and it just adds more texture. So to do that, I need to edit all of this up once more and have another position of that same one region that plays the same thing over and over and over again, so that it's always a different bit of the performance happening at any given time, with a fair amount of distance between them too, not simply a matter of like, yeah, one note later then the other one comes in, or one riff later. So what that would involve would be duplicating track 5 and duplicating it with all of the settings, everything that we've already got, but then overriding some of that stuff. And I don't know, maybe let's see what happens if we do. Let's see what happens if we do that. And indeed, we do seem to have doubled on one side. So here's where stuff gets interesting. Supposing the original one, much like for GTR here, is the original track. And that's the left. And this is the right. Well, it's not going to be it's not going to be particularly useful just yet. And that's because these are exactly the same. But we already did the thing with the previous one where it solved its problem. And we've also done a bunch of weird stuff. Whatever was happening on this earlier song, we've just ruined all of that, but that's fine because this is the different save file. In fact, I can even hit save. So we're having a look in here, And what we're going to want to do is like scooch this forwards a certain amount. And then drop it in the middle somewhere, and then move the bit on the front to where it is on the end. Oh, without doing that to it, because that seems bad. So where have we got? Nope. Nope, that's terrible. So we're comparing original and right. Original is the one we have not moved, and right is also a rearranged one. See it a little easier that way. Oh, also we've got some changes to make here. We don't actually want that, do we? That is post console, so let's not do that part. But hard right and centered. And they're all colored red, so they're all following that track on the mixer. But the rest of this, we haven't got anything straightened out yet. Also, I probably want to be able to see this one so that I can see whether I'm just duplicating what I did the last time, because that would not be good. Kind of trying to look in here and see whether there's places that look like they line up. Cool. And if we only had the left and the right, it would be like this. That's acting okay. I feel like I'm going to solo all of these so I can see what they're doing, and then maybe look. What's going on here? It's acting like it's the correct thing. See, there's where these all head. So if that sits there, oh, now it's slow. That's looking more or less right. That's going to be an appropriate attack. And then we're going to scooch this in here and up. No, 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 wrong. And then we're going to set that to there. This is selected, hit S, and then slide that to the end of the thingy. Smoosh it off this a ways, and we'll figure out where to line it up if we get it in the right place. Not the right place, not at all. Not even slightly. So where are we? How far have we gone wrong? And then I'll look at chat and answer your questions, because I saw there were other questions, but this has gone horribly wrong. Yep, that's a big pile of mess. Hang on, if I lined that up to that. Okay, this one's now early. There it is. So if that was lined up, and it's a little hard to tell, but see, these attacks are a little bit lined up, and I believe they are the same chord. And then if it was the ones on the side, these are the ones that are edited. Cool, cool, cool. Getting somewhere. Scooch that up to here, because that's where it would get edited off. And looking here to where it is crossfading. And see what it sounds like at this little moment. Cool. And then all three. And then here's the one that hasn't been edited and is actually the raw track. So leaving that stuff alone, although I could give it a custom setting for some of this. Like here is console channel for this one, panned to the center. To tape 8 can be the same one each way. Here's its parametric. So what would happen if we pulled back the high-mid gnarly boost on just the middle one so that there was more edge on the sides to make it sound wider? And then maybe less of a low-mid cut to make it sound beefier. Come on, play. You can use Stonefire to set it back a little bit. And lastly, here is the purpose of all of that trickery, what I was looking to do with all this nonsense of duplicating things around like a crazy person in hopes of making a wall of guitars out of one rather poorly recorded thing. Also, Jonathan, you should put that back so that I can see what you asked, because I saw that you asked something and then it went away. Here's send D. So what we just managed to do there was use the flutter control to add a fourth and fifth guitar to the 3 that we've made out of 1. Also, come to think of it, I'm not sure Jonathan was the one asking the question. I see SE is asking the question. My hope is that I can have multiple instances of stuff that'll all work on the same basic framework so that you could swap in, say, a console H channel for a console X channel anywhere you wanted, or a console S for like symphonic or whatever. You can already swap in console 9 channel for console X channel anywhere you want, and it'll just be like a no EQ version. You could also do the same thing for bus. And if you're going to put effects on, I would put them after console bus. That's assuming, because that would be putting effects on the 2 bus. Assuming that's what you want to do, that's where you would do it. So here we are. We are with a stuff going on to some extent. Here's our bass, and then the wall of guitars. See, I'm going to need to boost the snare a little. No, you cannot replicate what Console Cascade does with every console. So now that we've done that, we've got roughly half an hour before I start thawing out my dinner and getting ready to go, but I feel this was worth doing. I haven't done any of my other editing, but like bear in mind what I'm talking about with my other editing is stuff like taking this, and say for the section here, as you start singing, maybe this bursts into all of the guitars together, being the wall of guitars, rather than the weird, goofy additional guitar there, which is capable of doing similar things. Like, I'll be able to swap back and forth between the 9-inch nailized one and the wall of heavy guitars that I've just made. And I did that mostly because I just wanted to see if I could. I wanted to see if I could do this. And it still needs mixing. Like, I need to listen to it from the upstairs mixing position and so on. We may or may not be able to get to all of that by the end of the day. It's been an experiment day. A lot of stuff I still haven't even really done much of. Here's something that I could do. I could move these around until this goofiness is next to the other goofiness, and I think it's time to go and start looking at these vocals, because that's its own thing. And that's going to be a thing of selecting both of these, and we're just going to jump into console, because now these work together too. Now that's not to say that I want to use all the same settings on both, but I should be able to rough it in to the point where I can get an idea of what these vocals are trying to do. This is the section where we're singing I'm singing the rough beginning of things, and there's a sustain on the last part, which I probably will want to cut off as the snare hits. I'm probably not going to keep it with the inciting, because I don't feel that's a great vowel to. It's like I'm reminded of the Christopher Cross album. Not that this sounds much like him, but the Christopher Cross album, when he's doing his thing and on the song "Run Like the Wind," and I run like the wind, and you got Michael McDonald in there singing just like one line, which he sings repeatedly. But the trouble with Christopher Cross on that album is there's a section where he's going like, I've got to run, no time to think. And he sustains the N. He goes, I've got to run, no time to think. And like, what? Why did you do that? That sounds so goofy. And I feel like my track sounds goofy in a similar way this way. If he was a lead vocalist, he would feel the need to go, run, and open his mouth with it and so on. But apparently he's not enough of a lead vocalist to be wanting to blare out to people all the time. And apparently neither am I, because I chose to sing like inside N. So it's the same problem. It's that like sustaining an N is never a good idea for sounding right. And it sounds like this. So it kinda works, but then it also kinda doesn't. But what I was looking to do here, and I can't really decide whether I need to do it strictly one voice at a time or not. Maybe I should, because it's a similar scenario. But I'm going to be looking for high mids. Oh, there's one thing that I forgot to do. Let's put this aside for just a moment, because there's an important thing I totally forgot to do. Left, original, and right. We're setting these to go. Here we are. Can you guess what I forgot? Because I can tell you what I forgot. I forgot to set top dB. Top dB is at default. Also, I haven't touched low pass or high pass. I might find it worthwhile to touch low pass just a bit, because these sounds are not designed to be loaded with like 18K and 20K and up. It needs to be windowed in a little bit, so I can probably do with a little bit of low pass. You'll notice that the sides are set the same. The middle is not quite set the same. And pan, of course, is not set the same. But top dB is going to change for all of these simultaneously as I swing them around, because I've got them all selected. And that's one of the things I like about the ConsoleX system. I wouldn't be able to do this in real life, but I can do it here. And here's what happens when you take these sounds in the context of having everything else playing, which is important, and full with the top dB. Because if I set it to a low top dB, it will sound like the individual sounds are cleaner, less loud. But if I crank it, I can make it a huger and more distant sounding wall. And we're going to see right now what that sounds like. Sounds a little more doll-like. Completely over the top. And we can even see what it's doing on the little meters. Check it out. That's starting to get too much. It's not enough. Now for the low pass. That's too much low pass. That's also too much low pass. High pass. And we can scooch that over a little more so it loops more naturally. And here we are. So now we're playing with the voices because we finished the other bits. So do we want to play with both of the voices at once or not? We can probably also gate out backgrounds a little bit because these were recorded in this very room and the room's not going to really benefit us very much. We can also start throwing on like, okay, so some of my stuff is using plate 240. Nothing's using tape delay yet. So the deal with plate 240 is I can do a really tight slap back. Let's investigate what's using plate 240. It's not this, it's not that. It's the hat, the snare, interestingly, and the percussion. Because here's the thing, like, plate 240 is something that I would use for making these bigger. Ooh, SC, you advise one at a time. You know, I'm going to agree with you. Let's do that. Well, part of it is I haven't mixed it. This is just everything at full blast.
Inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting.
But yeah, it's meant to be. It is, the song's called Come to This. And it keeps singing those bits again. There's no verse whatsoever. The verse is like the Mad Vox. The verse is this goofiness.
Inciting.
So that's like what you get for a verse. The verse is just this goofy synthesizer playing something completely out of sync with everything else, except for it does tie in. And oh, and that ain't the Nine Inch Nails guitar. Let me show you the Nine Inch Nails guitar. That's the Nine Inch Nails. So that was the idea for the Nine Inch Nails guitar. So that's going to come in at other points. I get to use any combination of these things, and I just duplicated all of these out of the original. And then the guitar. That's what that was meant to be. So yeah, the bass and this particular guitar are designed to gate in crazy ways entirely based on ConsoleX channel. It's doing all of that processing. Like when you have that, I wonder if I can turn off all the solos. Probably not. So I'm going to leave just the bass and the... That's the idea of the 9-inch nail guitar and bass. And the bass is doing some similar things. Doing that gnarly raunchiness to it. You also notice I have the snare on the guitar fader. The idea is that they can all sort of shift together if I get them balanced properly. And I have tape 240 also on that fader, but that's my concern there is, let's dig into that a little bit while I'm at it. Okay, so these are the ones that drive plate 240. Nothing else much is driving plate 240, just these. So if I turn all of this stuff off, I should be hearing only what's driving plate 240. And if I select them all, plate 240 is the first send. So I can make that go away. Oh, SC, check this out. There's that bass track. Flutter 2. C rig bass and console channel. So this is it without the flutter. And this is it without C rig bass. Oh wait, no, I have to have it, don't I? C rig bass is making it happen. That's weird that if I turn off C-Rig bass, I'm not getting the sends. That doesn't make any sense. Although maybe it does. Here, just a moment. Maybe you're just not hearing it. No. No, if I disable that one, it's just gone. That's weird. Okay, put it this way. This is it with C-Rig bass, but this is it. Oh, I know what's happening. Hang on. It all works together. Okay, so check this out. Here it is. And here it is without the gating on console channel and without C-Rig bass. What do you think of that? So it's made out of this. I'm adding C-Rig bass because C-Rig bass is essentially bass amp and I believe low amp. And it's bass amp on the neck pickup and a little amp on the bridge pickup. See, it goes like this. So the reason C-Rig bass is doing what it does is because that is in fact bass amp or big amp on the bass track. And we change it from this to this. So it's one of the Airwindows amp things. C-Rig bass is doing that. But then The reason I wasn't hearing it is because the ConsoleX channel handling bass is gating it like crazy. Goes from this to this. So there is our bass amp effect. And this is what we use to make it. Yep, that's an adorable idea. Make the dog take his paws off of his ears. I don't know if I'm there though. That's complicated. There's our flutter. Distortion. Gating. And I know you meant ears. So yeah. So it's like it has bass amp, except for it has C-Rick bass, which works like a bass amp if you have the tracks arranged properly. It's got one of the tracks being the bass amp side and the other tracks being the little amp side, and that's part of why it makes the clanky sound that ConsoleX channel is then manipulating. And there you go. So where were we at? I have answered that question. We had just taken away all of the plate 240. So if we set it up like this, what I had been doing was using plate 240 to do this with. I don't think that's as important as using it on the lead vocal. I'm sorry, I just don't. I'm not very impressed. It's like all well and good, but like how about maybe nothing uses plate 240 except the lead vocals? I feel like I can get more out of that. So now if we solo these, we can hear what they're doing. Or we could if we turn them back up again.
Dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
So it sounds like this.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding.
But that is not the sound we want for these. So we jump in.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting,
and drag on both of these things. And also let's assign it after turning it right down. We're going to reassign this to the vocal track. There. Oh, not using that. So there we are. So all of this stuff can now act similarly. And in fact, we want to set high mids back. And now we have plate 240 acting normally, rather than having that weird boost, which was just for making it sound interesting for the percussion, because this is going to be more important. But we have way too much regen on this and way too much derez on this, so let's immediately change that. Regen of nothing, derez of way cranked up, so we have all the highs.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
And then select each box and whole box again.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding,
Dry.
Dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding.
And then what kind of pre-delay do we want?
Deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
because there's a particular trick to use with this. It's a thing, in fact, maybe I don't want Kate Plate 240 at all, and I'll tell you why. I'm using it to try to emulate a David Bowie sound. And maybe this isn't the best choice for that. What I'd be looking at would be, and it's not going to be in my recently used, so I'd better just go to Add Effects. I'm replacing this one, but we're going to see what we get. Crunch Coat is the dirty, bad digital version. And I was actually trying to replace this, so let's just Option click it and make it go away. Oh, hang on though. I am questioning once more because I know I needed to, maybe it'll work. With the regen all the way down, I have a very quick slap back. Crunch Coat thing is the D-Res makes I'm thinking specifically the station-to-station digital reverb. That does this really intense and loud room-like effect, but it's incredibly quick. It goes away super fast, and there's very little in the highs. So if we run this now, we have a totally different sound.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
But then when we start derezzing it,
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
so my regen is extremely low, and that's tightening it up. But as I continue to derez, it's going to take on a funny tonality to it. And the combination of select and derez will give me the amount of pre-delay. So we can do this.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
I think not. He's shown on the cover in an isolation chamber. And the studio he was recording in recently had adopted one of the very first Lexicon digital reverbs that had these kinds of controls for it. You got to do a dense little room that had no regen. By contrast, let me show you what the regen does here.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
So that's the idea, is to throw a nasty little digital reverb that's very dense and blocky with a substantial pre-delay that is causing it to sit well behind the actual voices. And that is your station-to-station sound. I do not think it was the room he was recording in, because it would have to be like wildly gated, and it just sounds strange. I don't believe for a second that that's the way that they got that sound. I think that it exists on like Young Americans. Young Americans uses real acoustics, but I don't believe this is. This is a California studio that had recently gotten Lexicon, and I'm pretty sure that's how that's going.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
trick is to make it sound like it's part of that voice, rather than just a additional reverb that is continuing. And yeah, that's the hope, at least, with that. I can probably dial it in more effectively with just one voice at a time.
Infighting, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting.
This is the gist of it. Yeah, cocaine and milk era to the nth degree. Come to think of it, give me a second, because, a couple of seconds actually. My stove's gone out again, and it's time for me to defrost my dinner, because when I have tacos, I need to get cheese out of the freezer and warm up the stove. So I'll set that playing and we'll live with it.
Confiding, inciting, deriding,
Like that.
dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, 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 dividing, deciding.
Hang on. No, I am going to stop that, because I'm not going to leave that playing for a couple of minutes if I'm not doing anything to it. So here we go. Enjoy Wood Stove Cam for just a moment, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. So that's going real good, as you can see. And yeah, the reason I'm cranking it up as much as that is, one, because it's cold, but also because I end up with just a wood stove full of charcoal if I don't let it really crank. And I'd rather have a wood stove full of ash, because if I have to throw away a bunch of charcoal in a bucket, it just takes up a bunch of space. And we're supposed to be able to burn stuff to ash. Anywho, here we are playing with this kind of stuff.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
With a little bit of this and that going on, I'm not honestly sure if I really want to. Maybe Sin Snare should actually be in this group. Maybe Snare should be in the hat group, and then I can balance it relative to that.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
Legit. One possibility is I could throw, I could give it its own instance of crunch coat. Want a nasty little digital reverb on that? We can put it on before. Let's see what we get. And of course I'm going to move it up to here. There we go.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
Well, that's interesting. Nine Inch Nails enough for you? You realize it's doing that because I'm gating it heavily on ConsoleX channel. So that's why we're getting that. It'll behave very consistently, but now I can dial in the reverb knowing that it's going to become a gated reverb. So that's fun. Let's do it.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
And maybe not have 8. See. Catch you later. I like 5 for this one. And again, the reason it's doing that is because this is on. Without it, you got this. So that's cool. I like that. I like that for that section. When we have Sin Snare going on, we might as well have a abrasive techno snare happening. And that's a darn good way to do it. And a lot of it is being done in ConsoleX channel. So, cool. Back to getting our lead vocal sounds, because we have not actually yet gotten into doing any of that.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
But I like having right there because it's taking up so much sonic space. And when we have stuff like we throw these guys in, if we can, come on. There we go. Throw these guys in. So that gets real big, and those vocals have to fight their way through. And yeah, reverb, the Bowie associated one that people always talk about and which involves a large room was, well, one of them was on the song Heroes, but then on Young Americans. Young Americans is where Tony Visconti was using multiple microphones. I mean, Heroes is the one where it's 3 different microphones in 3 different places with 3 different gates. Yeah. Young Americans is doing a similar thing. Young Americans is doing a thing where he's got a, if I remember correctly, it's like 2 mics out of phase, but he's singing really hard into one, which is gated. And I don't remember the exact details, but you can tell he's doing something real interesting on Young Americans. And the stuff that I'm hearing from station to station is very striking. And it's the idea of being able to have that, like, the density in there. So we can have something like that going on. And then you add the reverb, and without making it sound like a big sustainy reverb, now the thing is, if you have that going on and you tighten up the pre-delay too much, it just welds us up to the voice, and you don't really have the spaciousness anymore. You get this. You have a reverby effect, yeah, but it doesn't have the fullness of when you have enough of a delay, and the DRes 4 crunch code is causing that. Also picking slower algorithms. Like if I select 1, that's a really tight little room, and so it'll make everything a lot quicker. So the idea is to have the delay, and it could be a delay, but I'm doing it with a crunch coat. Having the delay come in real quick and then have a very limited regen. I've turned the regen all the way down. And it's going to be a matter of picking what seems to sit right with the bed of all this other stuff happening. So when I do that, I start to hear more of the sibilance, and I start to hear more of the top end of the voice. And part of this particular sound is not having it be really sibilant. on the reverb. It's not going and so select is the size of the room that I'm using, and then deres is the tuning that I'm doing with it. Deres of lower will cause the pre-delay to be longer, and it will cause the tone of it all to be darker. Select of larger will cause the whole room to be larger and the pre-delay to be longer. And so I'm balancing those and picking out a select section that can work with the amount of delay that I want. And we'll fool around with it a little bit more, because I do still need to get to voicing things with ConsoleX channel. I don't have it even close to dialed in tone-wise, so. So that's probably about right. What I can do now is take a bunch of this stuff away. Although this is all covering up all the things I'd be trying to take away. Or I don't have to make that much of a mess about it. I can just... I have faders with all this stuff assigned to it, so I can just hit the fader. And you hear how the reverb is kind of coming in, but it doesn't get to have the kind of clarity, or maybe it does. I haven't really tried that yet. If we were to give it that kind of clarity, what would we get? Let's see what happens.
Confiding, inciting.
Well, that has to be on in order to send, so never mind.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
But now we're isolating it a little bit more.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting.
See, even if we add all the highs,
deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding.
it won't actually come out, you see.
Deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
See, there's our top end.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
So that's throwing a little trouble boost on just the reverb. But the reverb is a nasty, gritty digital thing.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing. inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting.
A bit of low pass will help with the vintage sound of it.
Deciding, inviting, delighting.
Here's that treble boost.
Inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
And what else can we do with this reverb?
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting.
What can happen here that's bad? Let's just go straight over to it.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting,
So cut that.
confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing,
No space for that in the mix.
deciding.
What do we got in here?
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
Do we have any interest in harmonic or something in here?
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
Okay. I'm liking Top dB really low on this fake reverby kind of sound, because it's not actually meant to feel and act super distant. It's meant to feel like additional vibe and energy coming off of the vocals, but in a room and in a kind of close-up way. So,
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
and now that we've done that,
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting,
those are my guitars.
deciding. Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Inviting,
Let's start looking at this.
inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
So now we've only got the top vocal selected, and it's time to start fooling with it and seeing what we can do to make it stand out above all this nonsense. First, so what's happening there is I've got Stone cranked all the way up. It's the Kalman filter, so it's trying to do lows, but it's also doing sort of solidity and punchiness and so on. And there is a certain amount of lack in that which is why I feel I can find more by dialing in range. If I turn range up too much, the body of the sound is going to take on this unpleasant lower mids character. If I turn it down too much, all there is like a little bit of thump on the onset of some sounds. But if I find exactly the right setting to it, it might actually behave nicely for me. So continue to search. Actually, let's make this sound out of 100%. Just crank the air all the way, crank the stone all the way, bring up fire until I hear the rest of the sound. And then we start adding stuff like a high mid boost for just added aggression. And that ought to do some things. And that we might even be able to bring in some compression, although it's not necessarily going to help that much because I believe this is already compressed fairly hard. But yeah, see what we got. deciding, switch starts at this,
inviting, delighting, confiding.
So we got a lot of extra edge going on there. We've added a massive high-mid boost where the loudness of the voice lives, and we've brought in a bunch of subs with stone in such a way that they will kind of cut out when not actively being used, and air for top-end boost. But we've also got a teeny bit of low pass and a little top dB just to soften that up again.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing,
Too much high mid boost.
deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
See if we can make it be less body this way.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing,
Maybe pull this back a little
deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
So yeah, and that's only the one vocal, but the other vocal might actually require, I roughed it in that way, but it might very well want slightly different settings. In particular, those high mid settings calling out the ring of the loudest bit almost certainly aren't going to be exactly the same, nor the stone fire range settings are almost certainly not going to be quite the same for low vox, which we haven't been hearing, so let's hear it now.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
See, there was more of a low mid nasality going on.
Confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
And the high mid is definitely not hitting the same place.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting,
And I don't think high is quite the same either.
inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting,
Especially
deriding,
discontinuity.
dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding.
It's just not hitting as much belt as the other one did. So the adjustments to those things together, combined with what Plate 240 is doing, and I used the wrong knob for that. Skip ahead to the end bit, where it ends like this, and we'll turn both of them back on.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
And that's the idea. So what just happened as far as doing the mixy thing and why it was important to, oh look, one of them is still showing a meter. Meter peak input 7. That guy's still showing a thing. Well, I don't know why that's still making a noise on left guitar. Left guitar is like left shark. It isn't quite right in the head. But what's going on here is I have this incredibly dense and raucous and aggressive backing track, and that's why I had to dial in voices relative to what the backing track was doing. Because the thing is, if I do this, or start it early, that's kind of a lot. And then if you have your voices, the voices have to rip right through all of that, which I've made about as aggressive as I can.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
And that's the idea, is the amount of hyping going on to those vocals is rather brutal all by itself, but it has to be considered in the context of everything else that might be happening. And again, I've got a whole bunch of other stuff to do in the process. What with, I could probably balance these a little bit even now. And by balancing these, I basically need to trim like Stonefire, because the voices are on a fader where all of this stuff is moving together. So when I do actually start like going up to the upstairs mixing position, getting an actual mix together, getting the arrangement sorted out so it's doing what I want, then I'll be able to take all of the bits of it and like shift them around. But if I want to balance the low voice against the high voice, I need to do it with Stonefire and Air. And indeed, the parametrics will also do that to some extent. But mostly it's a matter of Stonefire and Air. And I can click on these things in the screen if I want. I'm probably not going to want, because I've set all of these using the joysticks, and that's leaving it where I want it, with substantially different high-mid boosts, but that's on purpose. The top voice is ripping at a higher frequency, and then the lower voice is not ripping nearly as hard, but it's got a certain amount of character to it. I don't think I end up having any low pass on there, but I clearly have some low pass on high Vox. And I don't think I ever actually dialed in top... No, I think I did. Dialed in top dB for the low Vox. That is actually still fairly loud, but I had to pull it back because only the high vocal goes to the full blast. And to adjust the remaining bits means probably pulling Fire back on LVox.
Inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Has it come to this? Has it come to this?
Because you're supposed to hear mainly the primary vocal and then back off on the harmony vocal, so that it just makes it a more complicated sound, but the lead line needs to cut through, and that's what I'm trying to do with that. So I'm probably good with these for the moment. If we swoop back to this section, and I have not decided whether I want to bring that in multiple places.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, decided.
And again, I wanted to cut off that at one of the snare hits. Divide it. Because I don't like the way it sustains. It reminds me of Christopher Cross. It reminds me of, like, I've got to run like the wind. So that's going to need fixing. But these are both selected. Are they both going to move? No, they're not. And this middle section is meant to become where this comes in. Wait, you can't hear it because too many things are soloed. I'm trying to make a mix out of only soloed rather than the faders. Let's not. Let's solo nothing and then assemble it out of the faders. Oh, still got something soloed, clearly. Where is it? It's plate 240. Middle part I'm going to want to have this do something. And I'm feeling like the full heavy waltz of guitars could be an initial bit, but I'm not sure I want them. I know I don't want them throughout. I'm not sure I want to hit with them that early. Because I do have the weird other guitar, and literally everything's playing at once now because I haven't done any arrangement at all. But this goofy thing. This is the one I wanted to do something with. Where does that stop? It stops right there. Fine. Where does that start? It starts here. And presumably is doing something bad at this stage because that's why I edited it out. So yeah, much editing ensues. This editing is not going to ensue right now because I've got 15 minutes left to stream and I have dinner to have, and I'm going to be reasonable as far as pushing too hard with all this. Although I'm also going to hit Command S and save, seeing as we've done all this. But yeah, the idea here, I may very well want to bring these voices in again. And what if I did it in the middle of this section? We've got the funny little to this stuff going on. If I cut all of this stuff, then I can hear what everything else is doing. I'm enjoying that snare. I'm quite happy that I did crunch coat so that I could do things like that because I'm enjoying that snare in this context. This track is actually out on YouTube and it's not anything like what I'm able to do with this. So I feel like this is going in a direction that I will enjoy better, especially with the heavy guitars. It always wanted heavier guitars. Hey Alex, I'm almost ready to head out, but I'm doing a final trick with some of these tracks. I would like to find a place to put this in the middle where it'll work properly with this goofy little riff and still fit in the track. I want these initial things sampled and repeated. Might or might not gate them or do weird things to them. If I do gate them, then the funny reverb is going to jump out. So let's see. Copy. and paste. Okay, good, good. And then these suckers can move around and make some sense with what's going on here.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
So where should they go? They're both selected, so I can crop them all the same. I'm almost certain I'm going to still want to... I might take little pieces of that sustained part and just sneak it into places. Just a little for no reason. Mastering plugin is not what I do right now. What I'm doing right now is like madness with mixes.
Delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
And it's going to be getting balances and then also doing the arrangement that will be necessary for this so that something can come out. I think I'm going to need to line up the voices with the guitars there, because they're so clearly part of where that goes. And it's going to be an interesting question as to where these actually have to sit. I could even bring more of them if I wanted, but I do want like a space in here. Like, it starts up, stuff happens, all of a sudden you've got voices, they're loud, they're singing over something or other. And then we've got heaviness, but then it breaks into this funny section.
Delighting, confiding, inciting.
We've got this and it's like, what the hell is that? So I should probably do that a little bit and then have the voices come back just when you're starting to get lost and syncing in with something that makes sense with the drums. I am totally unsure of, well, with the mic, you're hearing it in mono. But hey, I have monitoring, so. So that's mono, and then I'm going to put it back to the original. See, it behaves itself pretty well. So let's see. So where was I at? Because basically I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, so I've got this stuff up in the beginning. This sets up the fact that it has words. So yeah, like big everything, all very overwhelming and stuff. But then it cuts and it does weird things. And this, where it cuts, is about where the crazy things come in. So it can abruptly change and do stuff. I'm not quite sure where the heaviness is going to come back in. I know that this could be a place to bring in just... We can have that going on, and the crazy sputtery gatey guitar can play a role and jump in. It can jump in, and then the bass can jump in underneath it. All the while we've got... simplify the groove, you've got this. And our goofy riff is definitely taking up a space that can sit about as loud as the vocals do. So one thing, it could be, yeah, and I have no idea what STS mixing process means. Somebody said that. I don't mean, yeah, SC was saying that. And he's out, and I have no idea what that is. So here's the thing, like, if we did a quick onset of heavy guitars and stuff, and then we have the voices, and the voices are
delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding,
yeah, I have no idea.
dividing, deciding.
So it busts into this other stuff with this coming in. And much like the version that I put out, arrangement means opening up spaces where weird stuff happens, and it gets kind of choppy, it gets disorienting, and we have the voices come back, but I have not placed them. And then a second wave. And at some point we can burst into like full heavy music madness with the gnarly guitar muted and the wall of guitars turned on, at which point the goofy thing goes away and we have the outro.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has
God,
it
I'm making
come
it too
to
loud.
this?
But
Has
okay.
it come to this? Has it come to this?
So I made it horrendously loud. Look at what the master bus is looking. Oh, do you think that's what it was? If SC is reading about the station-to-station mixing process, I'd be quite interested, because a lot of what I'm talking about is just deduction and interpreting things from what the sound is. I know that they've got the lexicon arriving in the studio that he used because there's record of that. I'm pretty sure I hear it because the way that the room reverb is weirdly gaty and oddly filtered doesn't sound natural. And the first thing anybody with a studio does when you get a new toy is you do these kinds of things with it. That snare reverb that I've got going on, 100%. This is what you do when you have a new reverb or gate in your studio, is immediately you abuse it to the nth degree, to within an inch of its life. So that's normal. Like you take the new thing and you go wacky with it. And that's what I think I hear on the lead vocals of Station to Station is, oh, we have a new digital reverb and it's much better than any of the analog reverbs. Cool. Use it for everything. Let's come up with a way of making it sound amazing. And so that's what ends up happening, is you wind up
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Has it come to this? Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing.
And you put the reverb on the thing and try to get as much as you can out of it. And then maybe the next album you're like, well, now that sounds too unnatural. What must I do? And that makes you go and do something else. But that's basically how that works, is people always get fascinated with the thing that they've got that's most recently acquired, and they run around doing wild things with it. You wind up going, wee! And then, hey, heavy guitars. One thing I'm finding is that my usage of this control surface is rather frustrating because it's constantly being used in the bottom edge of the play of the controls. I suppose I could ask people whether they would be into me changing it. I'll ask, like, is it me or is everybody using these right at the bottom edge of the fader? And yeah, the sound, it could indeed be your kind of... In fact, maybe we can get even a little bit more funky with it while we can. Because we've got that, but what if we did this? Or what if we did this? What if we did this? So many possible things to do. I kind of like how aggressively dry it is, although I wonder whether maybe sneaking a little 140 in there. I think that might have been on the hat. And yeah, when I go and balance all this stuff after I have done the arrangement things of figuring out what needs to sit where and figuring out what to do with, maybe I'll do that before I quite sign off, but once I have everything edited up in the arrangement window so it's performing an arrangement that I want, that's when I start balancing everything. And we're not even close to that, sadly, but it's fine. That I will have this up and visible, and I can also do things here like add a little bit of air to the master bus if I want more clarity on things. It's sort of a not actually mastering, but getting the vibe of the mix to jump out more aggressively, and that should work very well. But then you have to follow it with the mastering pass because you can very easily just make everything crazy, and that's good, but it doesn't mean that things will work in the long run. So yeah, so before I go, we're going to unsolo all this stuff so everything is roaring away all together. And one thing that I could do, come to think of it, here I am selecting these, I'm going to slide them this way, is We can have this initial part. This is the heavy part. It can maybe continue a little bit with some of this other stuff sneaking in, and then abruptly cut to just the purple weird riff and whatever else, and just bounce around a little, being random. Then we can have the 9-inch nail style one and the bass come in, and when they do that, we can diminish this one.
Inviting, delighting, confiding.
Ah, interesting. Okay. So we have a transition here. So that goes quiet and then comes back. It's a filter sweep on what's probably the Zox box.
Inviting.
And then it's starting to come back out. So we could have this riffy thing, which is going from quieter, and then we stop having the voices in it, and we have it doing this stuff, so I can lean everything out for a while. Because it's doing such a strange thing, we can have it sit on that for a while, maybe bring in the 9-inch nail style guitar or whatever, just along with it. We have some loud bits. And here's where it kind of hits. Here where the drums come along and it ducks out just when the drum kicks in. The voices can come in there. If I do it properly anyhow, I have to click on that part. So it scooches over to around here. And it's going to be
Inviting.
Undo. Need to select both of you. Thump. Inviting. And let's see. Here's the riff. It's this one here. Here's where it fades. And I want to do it when that snare hits, because that's what the voice is attached to, is the snare. So let's get rid of the mixer for a second so I can see what I'm doing. And it's that snare. And if I line this up properly, I might even gate the beginning of the voice just so that it hits more harshly. Here's where that fades out, and here's where that comes in. If I select over to here, there's the snare. It's also just behind the kick, but that's intentional. That's actually part of the synthesizer doing that. And then let's chop it in tighter so that it really hits. And that's where the snare hits. So I've lined up vocals with the snare, and it kicks in right after this goofy thing fades out. Then Let's hear what it does.
Inviting, delighting, confiding,
Got there.
inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting, delighting.
What if we did it again? Do we have enough room to do it again? Yes, we do. If we place to be giving me the adjust attack. Very good. Then if we copy these and plunk them in here somewhere, see if this works. Looks like that worked.
Inviting.
Yeah, so it's going to follow that, and we're sort of doubling the length of that section. We've just duplicated it. So that will be done by more arrangement window stuff. I promise I'm going to go and have dinner pretty soon. We definitely want that to be shorter. This is copied off of the previous one, so that's still the same abbreviated attack. And this is just like working with a sampler, except for in the arrange window. That's kind of what I was hoping to be able to do.
Deciding, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
So it's going to need to start here, maybe.
Dividing, deciding, dividing.
And this is what I had in mind for this. It needs to stop when that hit comes.
Dividing, deciding.
Until maybe the final bit. Well, let's see where this starts.
Inviting, delighting.
And we don't have it lined up, but we're in the right track. That is the correct place, roughly. So make sure these are selected, and that's where it sits.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting.
So now we have this section repeated 3 times. I do still have ambitions of changing this bit. Let's maybe change this bit every single time. Which will happen like this.
Dividing, deciding, inviting.
It's still too much sustain. What am I doing? Oh, I've simply not gated it properly. It's this snare hit that it wants.
Dividing, deciding.
And we overlap it a little bit, I think. End of the snare. End of the snare, that's where it goes.
Dividing, deciding.
Because I don't like that sustained note. No, sir.
Deciding.
Could even leave that for here's the tight gating, but if it sustains the entire way, and then if, let's see, here's the other one. Yeah, I stretched that out so long. Oh my God. The tight gating is here. The long gating is here. And then the ultra long gating is what I actually sang. No good.
Inviting, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
So that's extended. That's distinctly a lot shorter. And then we haven't done the very first section yet, which follows exactly the same rules, because this is the first we experienced that. So boop. And here's our initiation. Super long, medium, short. Oh, that's moving both of them. No, only this one. Super short. Super short. And I'm thinking I'm going to continue to modulate the degree of sustain on those. I could just chop up all of these so that instead of ing goes inviting, invite, delight,
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding.
shorter. Like neatly halfway. What does it do if it's neatly halfway?
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding, inviting.
Okay, well that wasn't a success, but it's in the general vicinity. Something can be done with this. It's just not going to be done today because it's dinner time. For now, we'll simply cut them off right at that point.
Dividing, decide, inviting, decide. Dividing, decide.
Halfway. Because it's not really sounding like naturally changing from the one word to the other that way. But I do still like the idea of cropping these.
Dividing, deciding, inviting, dividing, deciding.
Good enough for rock and roll. That will be, I think, another day, and I might finish this one on my own time, honestly, because it would be fun to jump in with a different song with more things, different things to do. Although it was fun adding all those guitars out of guitars that I already had. What I have up on the web doesn't sound anything like that, and I feel like I should be able to get something useful out of it when I try. My fire is quite done and going out, but it's getting late enough that that shouldn't matter. And yeah, it's been a fun 4 hours or so doing this. I think I got some things done. I will save and quit out of Reaper. And I will talk to you folks later. I'll probably use the tracks that I've got of Forever and not these because they're not done. And do I need to do some kind of demo of what mastering actually is. And I'll want to demonstrate it on something. There's many possibilities. One of the things I could demonstrate it on is a really old track that I did back in like 1996 or something. That's really gruesome. But failing that, I'll figure out some way of demonstrating it. And I'll be showing it in the context of using Airwindows Meter, because the mastering plugin that I'll be putting out really is best understood in the context of Meter. It's not really about, make stuff sound really cool using the mixer, because that's what Console is for. But it is very much about, well, now that you've done your level best to do something that is ingenious and creative and so on, how do we bend it into a shape where it fits alongside the other songs? And that, I feel, is where it will come into its own, and that is where using Airwindows Meter will become way more relevant, because Meter wouldn't help me do any of the stuff that I'm doing here because I just get busy looking at like the dots. But Meter will help hugely as far as making stuff fit into a coherent whole and doing the fine-tuning. And on that note, I will talk to you later. I'm going to go off and have my tacos now, and I'll see ya. I'll drop the plugin on the weekend, and then I'll probably show back up again following week, and we'll see what else we can do. For now, talk to you later.